some kind of contemporary design practices. Obviously, these concerns are massive and would require, you know, entire degrees to sort of fully explicate properly, rather than just a couple of hours in the afternoon. So I think it's necessary to make those kind of qualifications, because some of what I will inevitably say to you will be possibly sort of overly simplified and condensed, and to be able to kind of be fully explicated properly, you know, needs a longer amount of time to unpack and give you all of the kind of, you know, intricacies and finer details of the different kind of discourses to fully comprehend them. So it's a little bit of a kind of whistle-stop tour, picking up and pointing out a couple of people's work more particularly, but whilst doing that, also trying to give you some kind of sense of the issues and the concerns that are guiding these particular kind of areas of discourse and concern at the moment. And for those of you that have attended Dash and Sarah's lecture, hopefully maybe you will see a connection between some of the kind of implications and questions and concerns that came out of those, particularly kind of questions of participation and relationality in co-design through Dash's work on designing for the oppressed, and certainly definitely some of the stuff that I know Sarah probably would have spoken to you in relationship to care. Both of those concerns about the ethics and the equitability of our relationship to others, whether they be animals, non-human others, the environment, you know, broadly per se, or other human beings, absolutely inform the questions and concerns of contemporary ecological debate. So even if some of the specificities of those discourses are different, hopefully you might see an integration of some of the discourses. But as I said, please just, you know, do ask any questions and yell out. It's going to be difficult for me, whilst, as you undoubtedly have probably experienced having to put up with Teams up until now, I won't necessarily, when I'm sharing my screen and talking to the slides, I won't necessarily see all of the hands. So, you know, just shout by all means. Okay. Okay, so let's kind of share the screen and get started. Okay, can everybody see that slide okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Just a yell from the darkness is always great. Okay, so I've kind of called what I'm going to talk to you about this afternoon design in the Anthropocene, which we will kind of talk about momentarily, or towards a post-humanist ecology of radical interdependence. Okay. So some of those might be scary and big words, but don't worry, we will kind of unpack them as we go through, okay? As I've sort of outlined already, so today we're going to be looking at some of the key debates and concerns within the discourse of contemporary ecological theory. Particular emphasis will be placed not only on the analysis of critical evaluation and articulation of the concept of ecology, but also on what the implications of these debates are for us as designers. Okay, I have listed a whole series of hyperlinked material here, which I'm by no means necessarily expecting you to completely and utterly go and look at. But as I kind of said at the beginning, there's huge kind of, you know, areas of discourse that connect to all of these concerns that are impossible for me to kind of fully do justice in the amount of time that we've got this afternoon. So what I've done is kind of go through a range of different kind of recordings of particular kind of, you know, eminent scholars talking about some of these kind of concerns and design practitioners, and hyperlink them. So if there's any particular kind of, you know, areas of interest that are more interesting to you, you can kind of go and have a look at them. So as I've said here, this is a kind of a series of kind of linked slides, videos and interviews that you can look at in your own time. Some of them deal with the kind of questions and concepts of concern about the critique of, you know, the centrality of man in relationship to all of these different discourses. Adam Curtis's documentary, All Watched Over by Machines of Loving Grace, I can't suggest to you wholeheartedly enough to go and have a look at. The second episode of the 3 episodes is specifically about the kind of history of the development of the concept of ecology and the problem of thinking as of the environment and the discourse of ecology in terms of what they kind of call a holism, so a centrally organizable, manageable kind of system or infrastructure that innately is in balance, as Curtis much more entertainingly than I can do in a presentation this afternoon, gathers a whole lot of material to show the fallacy of that and to show that actually nature is kind of dynamic and emergent and in competition all of the time. So the whole, you know, the dominating narrative or the structural metaphor of ecology and environmentalism about re-achieving balance is wrong. And we need to begin to kind of, for a variety of different reasons, kind of revisit and kind of reanalyze that and how and consider how and what the implications are for our kind of, you know, discourse and practice as designers relating to environmental concerns. There's lots of other stuff, Bernard Stiegler and Peter Sloterdijk's work on the kind of post-human, Carrie Wolf and Claire Colbrooks. Timothy Morton's kind of lecture on what I will kind of talk to you about today, which was the sort of principal reference that Catherine put into the lecture outline for you, his concept of dark ecologies or transhuman, post-human ecologies. James Lovelock and Arnie Nace's kind of work on Gaia and deep ecology, and some of the more design-specific stuff, Terry Irwin, Gideon Kosoff and Cameron Tonkinwise, William McDonough and Michael Brongart's work on Cradle to Cradle, the previous people's work on transition design, Tony Fry's work on sustainment, and Natalie Jeremejenko's work on kind of post-human design. So all of these hyperlinks should work when you access the file uploaded from Teams. So if any of this is interest into you, you can go and have a look at them in your own time. So that's kind of all of that material that's there at the begin with to be able to outline stuff more than what I'm kind of capable of doing right now. Okay, so one of the problems with environmentalism or ecology when we think of it, and I'm sure this is still the dominant narrative that most of you have in mind when you think of it, we kind of have images like this in mind, okay? Nice kind of green kind of, you know, images of the world and the things in it that, as is kind of obvious in this kind of image here, we need to take care of in this way, okay? Or kind of, you know, particular types of kind of, you know, conceptualizations of organic produce and farming, you know, more sustainable and appropriate. And I'm not saying any of these are wrong, but I'm going to kind of slightly complexify and develop this kind of understanding of environmentalism and ecology kind of for you, or in a more design specific sense, the ecological kind of sustainability and impact of particular materials, kind of particular kind of approaches to environmental monitoring, you know, or in an awful sense, making incredibly ugly furniture out of cardboard. Please don't do this. You know, hopefully you're well aware enough of how we teach stuff here at Goldsmiths to kind of not do this. This is kind of quite a kind of trivial, kind of obvious approach to the use of kind of sustainable or recycled materials within this practice, or an even uglier kind of one here. Okay, this is probably examples of, you know, what you shouldn't do when you're trying to inform your work by some of these kind of concerns. One of the people that I think, and I think probably not just me, but, you know, universally kind of more than that, is recognised as being one of the kind of key contributors to the extension and development of contemporary kind of ecological environmental thinking is this gentleman here, Timothy Morton. He's written a few more books than this, but these are the ones that are kind of centrally kind of focused on concepts of the environment. So his original kind of critique of the anthropocentric, so the sensuality, the anthropos of man, so the humanistic prejudices that inform our very kind of concept of environmentalism and ecology in Ecology Without Nature in 2009, all the way through to the more recent work in Being Ecological in 2018. One of the things that Morton says is intrinsically kind of problematic to these discourses is that these conventional green ecological discourses, as he says, is not that it's not capable of accounting for the radically independent nature and incomprehensible scale of contemporary ecological events. So the scale and the vastness of contemporary ecological concerns and the nestedness, interdependence, and kind of dynamically, complexly interlinked nature of contemporary kind of ecologies is one of the things that is not particularly kind of well defined and determined when we look at this kind of area of concern in these kind of material, environmentally kind of, focused and centric kind of ways. One of the things that he says that they don't enable us to kind of conceptualize and understand well is the almost incomprehensibly large time scale and environmental impact of something like the kind of disaster at Fukushima or the disaster at Chernobyl, which, sorry, slide warning, horrible image of a kind of genetically mutated animal kind of born in the Chernobyl area after the kind of reactor meltdown. The ways in which we kind of think of it conventionally do not allow us to kind of think about these almost transhuman kind of timescales of environmental kind of impact, okay? That's one of the things that's kind of central to his discourse, most specifically in the work on what he calls hyper-objects, philosophy and ecology after the end of the world. And he doesn't mean the world has actually ended in that. It's actually a concept of the world dominated by man that he's kind of trying to kind of reflect upon or recognize the end of. And the work on dark ecology or being ecological. In the work on hyperobjects, I'm not going to read all of this out to you. You can kind of have a look at it in the lecture notes yourself. He tries to kind of, if you like, develop a new language for the kind of mode of vast, almost kind of, as I said, transhuman timescale of ecological kind of events and their kind of, radically complex, interdependent and dynamic kind of co-implicated consequences to try and kind of talk about this sort of stuffs. So he sort of says that the environment and climate change is what he calls a hyper object. These are things that are, just to read the first one, so massively distributed in time and space as to transcend spatio-temporal specificity, such as global warming, styrofoam, radioactive plutonium. So in order to kind of develop a language to describe these kind of materials and this kind of form of ecological kind of thinking, he develops this kind of, this language to kind of talk about them where objects and materials are viscous, molten, non-local, phased, or inter-objective. And one of the things that he's kind of trying to kind of get to, particularly in his notion of this concept of a hyper-object, so an object that's kind of, too big for us to actually have any totalized kind of conceptualization of or understanding, is to account for the kind of environmental impact of materials like this. So obviously, as you can see on the left-hand side of this slide, there's a sort of styrofoam disposable cup. And on the right-hand side, there is an image of radioactive plutonium. Both of these things have an afterlife in the environment of the same degree. Obviously, with the kind of radioactive plutonium, because of its effect directly on us as human beings, we're much kind of more prescient and aware of its impact on us and the necessity of our protection from it and the consequences of our production of it. But styrofoam doesn't really kind of have that sort of identifiable kind of impact. So we literally just consume it and dispose it without ever kind of really thinking about it. And this is kind of one of the things that he's really kind of trying to think through is how can we develop a a mode of sustainability, a form of being in the world or being ecological that is more appropriate to, more commensurate with, more capable of reflecting upon the fact that kind of the impact of what we produce has these kind of vast kind of almost incomprehensible kind of, trans-historical and multimodal kind of impacts. So he's trying to extend this idea of kind of a model of ecology, which is just about kind of a concept of a discrete understanding of nature as we've kind of usually understood it. Somewhat sort of.
Can I ask a question? Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, by all means. No, please interrupt. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just that I've read about this somewhere, and I'm really not sure where I've read about it. So I think it might have been something to do with object-oriented ontology, but I'm not sure. Is it?
He's very much part of the object-orientated ontology group or posse. I'm not going to talk about that too much today because I thought it would completely do everybody's heads in. But yeah, you're quite right if you've seen that. So yeah. Sorry, I've interrupted. Tell me what your question was. Yeah.
No, it was just that. But also, I think it was something that also included black holes. Was it also something a bit space oriented, or am I wrong? Because I think like black holes being hyper objects as well, or something.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It's incomprehensible for us. The technical word for this is proprioceptively. Proprioception is how our senses and experiences are defined by the types of body that we have and how they move in time and space. Okay, so we are capable of seeing and understanding conceptually, practically, and physically kind of, middle-sized kind of objects in some ways that directly relate to us. Without the extension of technologies of observation and monitoring, whether they be telescopes or microscopes or whatever, other element or apparatus of the hugely extended infrastructure of kind of science and mathematics and all the rest of it, we can't really kind of understand that, So the fact that the kind of the density of matter at the center of a black hole, something that's infinitesimally small but might weigh, 40,000 times the weight of our sun, is just completely ununderstandable for us to comprehend as human beings, because it's so irrelevant to our experiences of how we experience and see things in the environments in the world in which we exist. And that's part of the discourse of object-orientated ontology about, the difficulty and the problems of seeing things like that. And Morten, you'll see how I kind of unpack a little bit about the things that's informed his discourse a little bit. But one of the things about that discourse is it's kind of trying to show the limitations and the constraints and the problems of thinking through stuff just from a kind of human perspective, yeah? And the difficulty of kind of comprehending things that, to sound a little bit kind of zen about it in a bad kind of way, things that are beyond our comprehension. Yeah, so absolutely, if that's kind of something that you've come across in reading about it, it's intrinsically linked to the kind of the questions that he's trying to ask as well. The environment is a hyper object. Climate change is a hyper object, and as long as we keep on thinking about it as something that we can manage, like we design a discrete object, we're going to continue to make a mess of it. Yeah. Adam Curtis's documentary, the second episode of that series of documentaries, as I said, which is called Vegetational something, I can't remember off the top of my head, is a fantastic critique of this. So if you're interested in that, by all means, follow that link and have a look at that. So, yeah. Does that sort of help?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, no problem at all. So, one of the things that, is if you like, a brief encapsulation of Morten's kind of, thesis, if you like, is that nature is not natural and can never be naturalized, which sounds a little bit kind of, counterintuitive, really, in some ways. Why is he saying that? Because he's ultimately saying that the very idea of nature is technically what would be called a romanticist construction of our own making, an idealized perception of everything that is other than or different to us as human beings. In other words, not natural per se in itself, but merely the dialectical or dichotomous opposition of everything that we've come to define ourselves as human beings. Okay, there's a little bit of kind of technical language, you know, what's dichotomous, what's dialectical. That means something that's opposite to kind of something else. One of the ways that I think this is kind of, you know, easier to even explain is to kind of flesh out in relationship to an example. This is one of my favorite books in the world. I will still kind of never forget coming across this book, you know, 16 by the look of it, 2004, 16 years ago now, and being completely and utterly obsessively intrigued by it, but not really kind of quite getting what it was about. It took me a really kind of long time to process it. So James Mollison, I think, is one of the sort of most extraordinary communication designers kind of working today. He's done a number of kind of monographs on books, one which was about subcultures. Another one, which you may have seen, is called Children and Where They Sleep, which is a survey of different kind of children and their living circumstances kind of around the world. What he manages to do in an extraordinary, profound and intuitive kind of way is to explicate these really kind of, you know, somewhat difficult philosophical kind of concepts in a way that's really immediately intuitively perceivable. So in this little book here called James and Other Apes, which is a little A5 sized book of 40 kind of portrait type photos of gorillas, orangutans, bonobos and chimpanzees, he kind of gives this sort of portrait type representation of these higher primates that are, you know, to give a punchline away of a few slides' time, you know, 98% genetically kind of similar to us. You can't quite see it because it's kind of quite small, but on the left-hand side of the page, there's the name for each particular kind of, you know, monkey or gorilla on it. This is James. I think from memory, and they're all usually in some kind of, you know, zoo or containment facility around the world, and sometimes they've got a little biography. The thing that I think is extraordinary about this book is when they are framed in this way and presented to us in a format and a medium that's much more commensurate with the way in which we usually see our kind of, you know, human others, we get a real sense of them being kind of individuals, having personalities and differences that we do not see. Oh my God, these orangs just kind of make me smile every time I see them, which we don't see when we picture them like this. As soon as we're distanced from them and they're perceived as an other from us, we don't relate to them in the same way. But when you reframe our perception of them in this way, you get a very different kind of understanding of them. This is kind of what Morton is trying to do. He's trying to critically, philosophically, and conceptually reframe our relationship to all of the organisms in our environment in a different way that stops this kind of distancing that others us. So this is the type of nature that is kind of under critique here. You know, great little book. If you kind of have access to it, go and have a look at it, and all of his other work. He's a bit of a genius, I think, really, in some ways, you know, because as I said, the reality of the fact is that we are 98% genetically similar to these higher primates that we other as being so different to us and so much more supposedly intrinsically connected to nature, which we conceive ourselves a lot of the time or predominantly as being separate from or different to. We're similarly 98% genetically similar to a mouse, 44% kind of similar to a fruit fly, 26 to kind of percent similar to yeast and fungi of different kinds, and 18% similar to a dandelion flower or kind of plant phylums in general. But, you know, this kind of stuff thinks of us as being separate. What Morton is trying to do is reframe stuff to kind of construct our interdependence, correlationality, and involvement and participation within this different kind of concept of nature. Okay. Any questions, observations before I kind of continue on that a little bit? Is that sort of clear?
Yes.
The deafening silence. Thank you. Okay. Interestingly enough, this very kind of concept of separation is actually kind of intrinsic to the word for ecology itself. So in this paper here, Etymology, which is the kind of history of the derivation of words and original sources of the term ecology, Astrid Schwartz and Kurt Jacks actually kind of show that the very concept of ecology defines this very idea of kind of separation. As they say, the term ecology was coined first by the German zoologist Ernst Haeckel in 1866 in his book General Morphology of the Organism. It derives from the Greek word ekos, which meant house, household, dwelling place, or family, and logos, which meant word, language, language of reason, or kind of truth. And then it continued to get kind of developed until it became the kind of concept of ecology that we think of it as of now. Now, this, a little bit like kind of Mollison's kind of pictures of the primates, is another way of kind of showing you how profoundly this very kind of concept of ecology that thinks about our separate participation or relationship to nature can be kind of thought of kind of differently, and how fundamental this idea of the house as an enclosure of separation has informed how we've kind of thought about all of this kind of stuff. So one of my favorite kind of, thinkers in the world, one of the sort of, if not the most important ethicist of the 20th century, Emmanuel Levinas, has kind of talked about this a lot. Okay. He says the fundamental problem of our inability to think about this kind of primary or original interconnectedness of all existence stems from this very fact that all of our thinking, especially in the West, stems from, and really importantly within the West, stems from a place of interiority, what he calls a condition of separated existence, an ecos separated from that environment of which it is a part. So in this book here, Totality and Infinity, when he kind of talks about this, he says the recollection necessary for nature to be able to be represented and worked over, and we would kind of say owned, exploited, depleted, etc., etc., for it to first take form as a world is accomplished as the home. Simultaneously, within and without, man goes from outside from an inwardness. Yet this inwardness opens up in a home which is situated already, always in that outside, for the home as a building belongs to a world of objects. What he's kind of trying to critique is this co-connected idea of a separated interiority that defines human consciousness and understanding, okay? And what he's trying to say is that emerges, and this is why, as obtuse as this might sound, this is why this is so important to design. Literally, we build these structures, as you'll see in a section. We build these walls, we define these boundaries, we demarcate space in this way. This whole notion of interiority for Levinas is the problem, containing ourselves literally and metaphorically within the space of a house, like we think of ourselves. I'll go on and kind of, show you another image to reiterate this. As soon as we think of consciousness and individuality in a sense of interiority, we're separating ourselves from the environment of which we are a part. And this has actually kind of hugely impacted the entire development of the morphology of design. Hannah Arendt, amazing kind of, woman ethicist, political philosopher of last century as well, says that this notion of separation has gone on to define the entire kind of, if you like, apparatus, form of understanding and perception that defined kind of the Enlightenment project and the development of industrial kind of modernity. I won't read all of this out here, but this notion of the household, the interiority, has informed the entire way in which we think about and conceive our relationship to those environments of which that we are a part, whether they be social, political, material, or whatever else. So she's picking up on this kind of work that comes out of this kind of phenomenal analysis of the critique of the interiority of human existences, informing the entire way in which we think about these kind of things. And what they're kind of trying to gesture towards is a recognition of the fact that actually we're always involved in that environment, how much ever we kind of try and separate ourselves kind of from it. Okay, we do this stuff with everything that we build and do and make. This idea that we can stand apart from, outside of, and above stuff and manipulate it according to our will has precipitated a kind of relationship to our environment and in our world, which is inherently manipulative and destructive. Okay? Extreme kind of political examples of this. Christopher Alexander, fantastic kind of architect, an architectural kind of thinker in this book here, which is part of his extended work on what he calls a pattern language in architecture, which is trying to develop a form of architecture which is much more informed with the natural cycles and patterns of geomorphic growth in the environment, shows how this kind of idea and the kind of plans that are derived from it are problematic. He says here, this whole idea that kind of architectural form, just to take one example, can be defined in that way, fails because they create totalitarian order, not organic order. They're too rigid. They cannot easily adapt to the natural and unpredictable changes that inevitably arise in the life of a community. The contemporary ecofeminist critique of this same kind of structure has built on this discourse much more and consider this whole idea of enclosure, separation, control, manipulation, and difference that defines it as being intrinsically part of a kind of masculinist, or what technically within this kind of thinking is called a phallocentric kind of conceptualization or understanding of the nature of our existence. And for them, you know, the constraint, obviously this is changing, thank God now, but the kind of demarcation of the role of women and their labour in a domestic space for them is absolutely a part of this kind of similar way of seeing the world and our relationship to it. Okay, so just to kind of reiterate and bring a few of those kind of points together, environments, whether they are mental, so things that we kind of think about, ideas and communication, social, the practical forms of our kind of engagement with each other, or material, the kind of, you know, absolute stuff of nature, as Felix Guattari has described them, are not simply static, predictable, quantifiable and determinable things that can be counted, controlled, directed or designed. They're complex, dynamic and emergent phenomena that exist as a consequence of the almost infinite range of possible encounters, interrelationships and interdependencies that exist between these elements that constitute any multidimensional, dynamic, complex or emergent system of similarly infinite complexity. Okay, Jacques Derrida has been really, really kind of influential in kind of showing how this has influenced the entire way of thinking that has dominated Western techno-scientific rationality for the last 2,500 years. For him, it goes back to Plato and this kind of conceptualization of how we need to transcend the mere changeable appearance of things and be able to identify the idealized, concrete, ultimately mathematical, geometrically kind of conceived structures that supposedly inform the world. You can see how this is kind of informed, you know, what Michel Foucault would call the apparatus, all of the technologies, ways of understanding and perceiving that have formed the evolution and development of kind of, you know, techno-scientific rationality. It's all perceiving, holding in a picture, as Heidegger would say, and looking at stuff from a distance, okay? rather than recognizing the complex, messy, interdependent involvement with those environments of which we are a part. You know, to the point in its most extreme form, you get the kind of management and industrial design production ethos from Fordism and Taylorism that has kind of defined the kind of logic of manufacture and production right up until this day, even though we are kind of recognizing the catastrophic impact of this kind of logic kind of now. As I said, that's what it's called, the use and abuse of vegetational concepts. Adam Curtis's documentary beautifully kind of talks about the very nature of this problem, if you want to go and have a look at it yourself. In a kind of slightly different kind of field of evaluation or analysis, this guy here, Rainer Schumann, in his understanding of how Martin Heidegger, German philosopher of last century, tried to rethink this very idea of how we relate to our environment as human beings. Has a really kind of nice way, again, I think, of encapsulating this problem quite succinctly. He's trying to talk about how this developed from a form of understanding and rationality that developed from the Greeks kind of 2,500 years ago. He says what struck the Greek mind in the classical age was that there is becoming, and first of all, a becoming of which man is the author and master. Both metaphysics and logic derive from the astonishment before what our hands can make out of some material. The gist of Western philosophy is thus a metaphysics of handiwork, literally, and this is kind of no coincidence, manufacture, manufacture in French, making by hand. So the whole kind of logic that we've kind of inherited that's contributed to this way of seeing the world of which we're a part is absolutely dominated by this idea of manipulation, separation, distance, and control. Okay. And the entire kind of logic that's derived from it, the whole Newtonian logic of cause and effect is kind of influenced by this. These are kind of two famous kind of neuroscientists, Francisco Varela and Umberto Maturana, in their early work, Autopoiesis and Cognition, when they're trying to investigate the biological foundations of human understanding, the neurophysiological idea of consciousness and perception. And they say that the whole idea of purpose and aims and direction and cause and effect has nothing to do with what naturally happens in the world. It's all a consequence of what we project into it as human beings. Okay? This idea that the kind of types of bodies that we have and the way that we relate to our environment has had a huge impact and consequence on the development of a range of different kind of contemporary design discourses that attempt to kind of engage with or answer these kind of questions. Tony Fry's entire genre of work deals with this kind of basic question and what he calls the impact of ontological design on sustainability and environmentalism. I'll unpack that a little bit more in a moment. But the work that kind of most specifically kind of focuses on this is the book of about 3 or 4 years ago, Becoming Human by Design. Bernard Stiegler also kind of talks about this idea in all his work on what he calls originary techniques and epiphylogeneic inheritance. Horrible big word. What Stiegler tries to kind of construct and develop and understand in this work is that it's not just genetic inheritance that defines us, but it's our entire material engagement with the phylons, so the phylogenetic environments or contexts that we act in and make things as human beings. Stiegler says that the thing that's actually defined us as human beings is the fact that we've created, if you like, apparatus or templates for the retaining and the projection of our memory that we can then communicate with each other intergenerationally. So it's the artificial material supports, whether they be stone axes or languages or symbols, signs and systems of communication that have most affected us. So, you know, we are artificial creatures, as Fry would say, and we've designed our existence. I won't kind of talk a lot more about this. This is here as a reference. If this becomes a kind of a design reference that's of any interest for you to kind of look at more specifically and develop or engage with in your kind of critical evaluation and analysis of your practice ongoingly. The clearest kind of articulation of this in relationship to design is by Anne-Marie Willis in her paper here, Ontological kind of Designing. But the key thing for us at the moment to keep in mind in relationship to this is the kind of highlighted penultimate point in that kind of sequence of explanations here, where it says, in turn, we are designed by our designing, and by that which we have designed, i.e. through our interactions with the structural and material specifications of our environment, okay? So the idea that we're separate from it, we're not connected to it, is hugely problematic. Not only are we intrinsically interconnected and part of the environment of which we are a part, but it's co-implicated by all of the kind of stuff that we've put into it and co-construct and shift and design those environments with as well. This is a kind of part of the discourse, which I've not really gone into today, but more than happy to talk to you individually or collectively again at some stage if it's of interest. But this discourse of what's become called object-orientated ontology. Centrally, it's kind of about trying to rethink objects or materials and their relationship to us differently. One of the people that's also contributed to this, like Timothy Morton, is Lambros Malafouris. Lambros Malafouris has a fantastic job description. He's known as a cognitive archaeologist. He looks at the history in a more conventional archaeological sense, but tries to understand from the artifacts that are kind of discovered how they impacted upon and influenced the development of human cognition and understanding. He's about to publish a kind of a new book, but prior to that, the most recent one is this fantastic book, How Things Shape the Mind, a Theory of Material Engagement. And within that, he says, instead of simply reproducing ourselves, we rather extend ourselves and we construct new cognitive material ecologies for growing and instituting minds. We create things that in turn create us. Okay, so all of this work is pushing towards a completely re-evaluated understanding of our relationship to the environment and the impact and consequence of our behavior on the environment and the materials that we kind of use. Okay, whether it's kind of, earlier Paleolithic stone tools, whether it be kind of, the Gutenberg Bible or the kind of form of printing that developed from that, or whether it be kind of contemporary forms of interactive technology. These are designing us as we design them at the same time. It's a complex, dynamic, co-implicated environment, and they are designing anything like what we would call nature or the environment at the same time. The other discourse that's hugely kind of influential in this is, as I said to begin with, the kind of the critique of the centrality of the human in this. The discourse of post-humanism kind of can be kind of in some ways, until you kind of get into it, a little bit kind of confusing and seemingly kind of, counterintuitive really in so many ways, because it's not about leaving the human behind. Okay, it's not about us becoming completely kind of cyborg in the most banal, literal sense of that term, which is not how Donna Haraway kind of defines it. Robots, genetically manipulated kind of, brains in vats, or, artificial intelligence systems or whatever. What posthumanism really is about, which is beautifully kind of articulated by Kerry Wolf in his kind of field-defining book here, What is Posthumanism, is it's a critique, like I've been trying to justify to you. It's a critique of the centrality of man in relationship to those systems of which we are a part. So it's about kind of critiquing that idea of separation from nature and the very concept of nature. It's about kind of trying to show how that's a kind of socio-culturally, evolutionarily developed relationship that's constantly kind of impacted upon by our designed interventions, the technologies that we develop and use that define those environments as well. So it's a kind of, as he says in here, it's both before and after the human, really, in some ways. This also links to the discourse of the Anthropocene. You might have heard this kind of term now, which is very, very similar to the discourse of kind of post-humanism, but most simplistically, as these guys here in one of the kind of best summations of this kind of discourse kind of say, the Anthropocene is seen as being this new approach to the new epoch of human centrality, recognition of the age of man. The Anthropocene is characterized by the human imprint on the global environment that has now become so large and active that it rivals some of the great forces of nature in its impact on the functioning of the Earth system. Ultimately, it's kind of a discourse of evolutionary kind of archaeological periodic evaluation. So after the Holocene, it's now kind of seen as being the age of the Anthropocene, where if we were to kind of dig back into the fossil or archaeological kind of record of our moment in time, the one thing that would define our thing is not the impact of particular geophysical forces, it's the intervention of human beings and the stuff that we kind of make and produce. Okay, that's what absolutely defines our age. So all of this stuff is about kind of trying to understand man's revisioned relationship to the world or environment of which we are part, and the recognition of the fact of, I think, one of the people who kind of contributes to this discourse most beautifully for a myriad of different reasons, Isabel Stengers, to say that, you know, these concepts never exist in some ideal, universal, trans-historical sense. The very idea, to reiterate Morton's position, the very idea of what the human being is, the very idea of what nature is a socio-culturally constructed fact. Okay, it's made up at particular moments in time, influenced by the kind of discourses and practices that contribute to our understanding of stuff as human beings, which is a really kind of difficult and counterintuitive, again, thing to understand in some instances, because most of you have probably come from a system of education that still absolutely reiterates and defines the fact of there being some kind of ideal of a universal mathematical kind of scientific truth that's not dependent on who's doing it at a particular moment in time, where it's being done, what materials or technologies it's being kind of practiced with. There is still this idea that there is this idea of kind of universal scientific kind of truth and fact. But as kind of Stengers kind of shows beautifully in her work, it's not. It's always situated. It's always constructed out of a time and a place, okay? This whole idea of there being a universal truth is a construction, as I've been saying, of a kind of history of thinking that's dominated in the West. There is still indigenous kind of societies within the world whose entire cosmology, way of understanding or being in the world and relating to the environment is completely different to this. For those of you that might be interested in what Stengers kind of has to say about it, this kind of recent book called Another Science is Possible, a Manifesto for Slow Science, really tries to elaborate the impact of those insights into how science can still be kind of practiced. She is a really interesting kind of thinker in relationship to these discourses, because not only is she a hugely engaged kind of, you know, materialist feminist kind of thinker about the history and theory of science, she's interested in how power structures and the dominance of modes of particular thinking at particular periods of time have led to the valorization or the centrality of particular kind of discourses and excluded others, and what the implications are for how we might kind of, you know, begin to kind of think about our relationship to the environment and how we co-construct knowledge about it and with it in different kind of ways that don't ever attempt, as she says in this quote here, try and transcend the material, complex, you know, interconnected nature of our environment and the things that we think with to some universal truth, but recognize that it's constantly changing, it's dynamic, it's influenced by particular kind of perceptions and moments of time that contribute to those systems of knowledge. So she kind of looks at witchcraft, she looks at sorcery, she looks at hypnosis as well, because all of them had very relevant contributory impacts on the development of kind of what would kind of now be considered to be the discourse and experimental practices of material scientific investigation, but for a variety of different socio-political reasons were excluded as the kind of disconnected, transcendental idealism of scientific mathematical reason was kind of taken to precedence. So we killed witches, we disavowed hypnosis in psychoanalysis as a mode of relevant theoretical investigation of human understanding and subjectivity because magicians did it. alchemy was always a bit kind of weird and mystical as well. So her work is just extraordinary. I mean, both practically in her reevaluation of the lost practices of proto-scientific material investigation and the power structures within that, but intrinsically as part of it, how all of it can reconfigure our understanding and our understanding of our relationship to our material environment. Okay, so to go back to and kind of connect this to Morton's thinking and the model of ecology or sustainable kind of existence that kind of develops out of his work, this kind of paragraph from the ecological thought, I think explains this kind of really kind of clearly and well. So he says, ecology isn't just about global warming, recycling and solar power, and also not just to do with everyday relationships between humans and non-humans. It also has to do with love, loss, despair, and compassion. It has to do with depression and psychosis. It has to do with capitalism and what might exist after capitalism. It has to do with amazement, open-mindedness, and wonder. It has to do with doubt, confusion and skepticism. It has to do with concepts of space and time. It has to do with delight, beauty, ugliness, disgust, irony, and pain. It has to do with consciousness and awareness. It has to do with ideology and critique. It has to do with reading and writing. It has to do with race, class, and gender. It has to do with sexuality. It has to do with ideas of self and the weird paradoxes of subjectivity. It has to do with society. It has to do with coexistence. In other words, it's about everything and not just the human, okay? So if there's one kind of central kind of takeaway, leaving the complexity and the amount of kind of all of the jargon and discourses behind for a moment, and all of the people's kind of individual singular contributions to this kind of shifting understanding of these relationships at the moment, I think they're encapsulated in this kind of phrase here that I've said. It's about everything and not just the kind of human. For those of you that are specifically interested in what design or material and artistic research practices might be that kind of try and engage with this as a kind of form of understanding our relationship to the environment, go and have a look at this collection of work that's done by a project that Morton kind of led for a number of years in the Arctic Circle. As part of what's called the Dark Ecologies Research Network, and this compendium of the kind of projects called Living Earth, field notes from the Dark Ecology Project from 2014 to 2016. Okay, I'm going to stop in a second and ask whether there's any kind of questions or concerns or anything that you want any kind of further elaboration on before I kind of give you some more specific ecological kind of and design-led models that relate to this. But the other kind of thing that's kind of really worth reiterating about why this shift is important, Cameron Tonkinwise beautifully kind of articulates in this kind of paper here from Design Philosophy Papers, which is just broadly available online if you Google it, called I Heart Sustainability, because necessity no longer has agency. In this paper, Tonkinwise outlines why the kind of idea, the measurement, the data-driven analysis of sustainability has had no impact or not enough impact to systemically change our behaviours, understandings, perceptions and consciousness as human beings, because it's not convincing enough, okay? He says that we need to begin to tell these stories differently, and in a kind of little kind of, you know, sort of almost post-structural joke in the title of this kind of paper, it's called I Heart Sustainability, using an emoticon to say love, because it's actually about trying to communicate these relationships differently, okay, in ways that are more convincing and kind of empathetic and have more traction with us, not just endless kind of material impact evaluations that we just dismiss as kind of more jargon or more data. Okay, and this comes from somebody who's an obsessive environmental scholar who's really interested in this. So he's not dismissing this, he's just talking about its kind of effect. So as he says, conventional metrics of sustainability are not having any impact. We need to begin to tell the sort of story of environmentalism and sustainability differently. One which kind of talks about sustainment versus sustainability, which is kind of one of the logics that Tony Fry talks about in his work. But before I kind of continue on to kind of talk to you a little bit about some of these methodologies, I'll stop for a second and see if anybody's got any questions. Am I talking too fast? Are you keeping up? Are you kind of following what's being said?
Hi.
Hey.
Just a follow-up on my previous question. You talked a bit about like the question about hyperobjects. So you talked about proprioception.
Yes. Yep.
And then I lost you for a second, and then you started talking about telescopes and some other objects, and I found that interesting, but I didn't really follow along that.
Yeah. Okay. So I should have put a slide in about this. Probably I was just a little bit wary of giving you kind of lots of endless terminology and jargon, but Michel Foucault has a word for what he describes as this massive interconnected networks of forms of understanding and technology that contribute to the definitions of what knowledge is seen to be at particular historical periods in time. The word in French is dispositif, literally translated, or kind of not perfectly, but pretty well translated into English, is an apparatus. Okay, and so what these people are saying is that the scientific technologies and apparatus embody, reinstate, enforce a mode of observation and logic that goes all the way back to the idealism of that sort of birth of that form of mathematical idealist rationalist thinking within Greece. Yeah, so the very kind of fact that you can observe stuff in that way that's kind of influenced the development of all of these technologies is intrinsically kind of connected to the valorization and the development of a particular way of seeing our world and seeing our relationship to it as human beings. Does that sort of make the connection?
Yeah, no, it does.
Clear enough for you? Cool. Super.
Thanks.
No problem. Fantastic. Thank you for asking a question. Anybody else?
Hi.
Hey.
Hi. So like I think that like you went through quite a lot of different topics, but I remember it's like a while ago, but you kind of talked about how separating and maybe like categorizing or kind of like designing or creating walls kind of I don't know, separate things and like make distances or those kind of things. Like how does it, maybe it's simply because I wasn't exactly able to follow the whole lecture for a while, but I was a bit intrigued whether you were kind of talking about different topics or everything is kind of supposed to be like a really linear, like maybe it was slightly fast. Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm trying to kind of say by that is to show the interrelationship between a way of understanding and perceiving that humans have and how it's constructed a relationship to our material environment or world, and how ways of literally, so I'll come back to design in a second, but ways of perceiving and designing and measuring are all intrinsically kind of part of this. Okay, so we see that there's borders and boundaries to everything, and part of that is to do with this, to go back to the idea of interiority and wall and division. A part of that is because we see ourselves as separate. It's only by being able to separate ourselves from stuff that we can, if you like, to continue the kind of metaphor or kind of logic, that we can push it away from ourselves enough to see it and to measure it. Okay, and that's a kind of way of understanding our being in the world, because in actual fact, we are not, no matter how much we try and separate ourselves from the world, okay, we're not separate from the world. The world is in us and we are in the world all of the time. And that kind of logic that's growing up as a consequence of that, which is kind of, constantly led to the development of this kind of understanding of ecological practice and kind of, thinking and theory about it and kind of all of the rest of it, creates a kind of mode of practice that still causes that separation and distance. I mean, you know, think about it when you are using a material as a designer. Okay, there's a lot of technical words for kind of describing this. The way that you make something, the kind of forms of knowledge, understanding, and practice that you inherit or are taught to deal with that material. There's a functional fixedness to that. You don't see that that material, you know, came from somewhere else and continues somewhere else. Tony Fry talks about this in terms of designing in time. We don't recognise the implication of that. In the same way that Morton was saying the innocuous production of styrofoam, we are incapable of fully comprehending or understanding that that material is probably going to live longer than us individually, but maybe even longer than us as a species. That's what all of this stuff is kind of trying to say. It's this very logic of separation and measurement and distance that disallows us from sort of seeing our complexly interrelated, interconnected relationship to our material environment and the materials that we kind of design with, live through and with. Does that sort of make it any clearer?
Yeah, I kind of see the connections better, but like I was also intrigued that, you know, how most, you know, especially when you just started explaining about the separation and different I don't know, categories, you kind of, or maybe you or the text that you've shared with us kind of like focused on how we shouldn't, or not shouldn't, but maybe like not focus too much on separating everything because that creates weird distances, or, well, I don't want to repeat everything, but but I kind of have a feeling that, well, I wouldn't say that, I wouldn't justify every separation, but like that's also like a part of a necessary kind of process to understand something. Like without
absolutely,
so,
unequivocally, that's a really, really good point. I'm not dismissing that form of thinking completely and utterly per se. It is the source of our evolutionary success, and it's a definite kind of category of everything that we do. All I'm trying to say, and all of those other people kind of are trying to say, is that it has impacts and consequences. Yeah. Okay. So without kind of giving really sort of, you know, unthought through romantic coffee table conversational examples, but, you know, my closest experience to any massively alternative understanding of a different way of seeing our relationship to the world and how existence is then defined in difference to the way we understand it, it is Australian Aboriginals. Okay, one of my sort of oldest sort of friends from university is a professor of linguistics who spent a long time out in the desert in Central Australia, trying to understand language acquisition and kind of cultural configuration for Aboriginal kind of tribes. I remember him saying to me a long time ago, one of the things that we have to understand is that, you know, those Aboriginals that are still living in a kind of semi kind of, you know, Indigenous kind of untouched sense in those environments that have not been as massively culturally impacted and affected by the influences of our way of thinking, they don't even think of themselves as individuals. Okay, they don't think of themselves being separated not only from their environment, but from each other. Their idea of identity, this is really hard for us to understand because this is how deep the influence of this way of thinking is. They think of themselves as a mob, to kind of, you know, use the kind of colloquial term for it. They think of themselves as a tribe. Their relationship to and responsibility for each other as a consequence of that is completely different to ours. And there's all sorts of other things that develop from that. So concepts of ownership, okay, and property, they don't really understand that, okay, because you're not a single person who can have one particular kind of thing. Everything belongs to everybody. Okay, and the impact and consequence of that, this is part of the sort of decolonialist kind of critique of design, is revisiting some of these kind of issues and concerns. But one of the impacts of that is we used to think that we were really good in Australia, giving them lots of kind of help and aid and buying stuff from them. And we thought that they were atrocious when they either wrecked it or left it behind. because we had no understanding that they actually didn't really think of owning stuff and kind of storing stuff and controlling stuff in that way. When they needed to kind of get a different type of food or the seasons changed, they just moved. They moved to a new area, and they lived sustainably within the kind of cyclical ability of that environment to maintain their existence for that particular kind of moment in time. And similarly, they don't think of the environment as being separate from them. They think that their ancestors exist in the environment. Technically, that's called an animistic or panpsychist belief system, where the risk of kind of trivializing it, your grandpa is in a rock next to you. Okay, so that kind of idea of you are not separated from each other or from your environment has led to an incredibly different, to say the least, way of being in the world, form of consciousness, form of social organization, and relationship to the material environment. Okay, they don't use the environment up because they're part of it and it's disrespectful to do it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the kind of level of what I'm saying. So I'm not saying that you can just chuck it out and you discount because it's part of who and what we are, but it's not the only way that we can be what we might be. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense.
Aboriginals have lived sustainably in relationship to their environment for 40,000 years, and we've managed to make a mess of it in 200. Who's right because we have science, yeah. So these are big questions, but yeah. Does that make it a little bit clearer?
Yeah, it's really helpful. Yeah.
Okay, super, cool.
Thank
So
you.
one of the ways that sorry, before I sort of start again, does anybody else have any questions? Okay. So
Hi, I don't know if
Yeah,
you've
go.
been reading the chat, but some of us were saying it might be useful if you could slow down a bit, perhaps, please.
Yes, by all means, sure. Okay. Always nervous of getting through enough material in the time allocated, so I will endeavour.
I wonder if we could have a little quick comfort break, maybe.
Yes, by all means, we can do that. No problem at all. Yeah.
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 No, we obviously appreciate that. I personally wouldn't mind going on a little bit longer if it meant that maybe I took a bit more in, but I
Yes,
don't know
of
if everyone
course.
else.
Yeah. If everybody's prepared to do that, that's not a problem at all. So how long would you like a break for? 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes?
5 minutes?
5 minutes. Very quick wheeze and tease. Okay, yeah. 5 minutes?
Can we
Really?
make 10?
Yeah, maybe 10.
Can
Maybe
we
10.
make 10?
Okay. Back in 10 minutes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, welcome back, guys. Ashley, I was going to type a response to your question, but maybe it's just easier to reply to it. I don't kind of quite know how I do that without hanging up and losing the whole thing. I think maybe an alternative answer to that is you don't need to be obsessed about taking notes. You can just sit there and listen to my horrible Australian voice and relax if you like, because the whole thing's being recorded. You can look at it again, and you can also access the slides as soon as we finish. So I don't think that it's the best thing to do to be trying to kind of copy huge slabs of text from the presentation as we're going. So, you know, I will do it immediately as soon as we stop. I will upload the files, and then you can kind of go back and listen to the recording as well, if you like. Is that okay?
Yeah, that sounds great.
That's okay, yeah? Okay, all right. So let's continue a little bit. I will share my screen again. Whoops. Okay, can everybody see that again? Okay.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, super. All right, so I will endeavour to kind of speak a little bit more slowly. And again, please, you know, as I said, I can't see when I'm presenting to the screen your hands, so just yell out if you've kind of got any questions, okay? So kind of we've moved from this really kind of broad critique of trying to understand the impacts and consequences of our understanding of, you know, humans' relationship to nature and how we might be able to develop modes of practice, understanding, forms of sustainability and ecological awareness that perhaps overcome some of those kind of prejudices and some of the impacts of the ways in which we've kind of understood those discourses, and we've seen the environment as being other than us or different to us, and the impact of that. Okay, so from a very, very design, I'm going to show you some kind of ecologically more environmentally kind of orientated theoretical methods as well, but some of the kind of design specific ones as well, you know, are really kind of interesting in relationship to this. Tony Fry, very, very kind of famous design thinker, who's been writing for the last kind of 30 or 40 years, has been completely and utterly focused in a range of different ways with trying to kind of rethink this problem of our conventional understandings of sustainability and the environmental impact of our and consequences of our behaviour as human beings, particularly as designers, and how we can kind of rethink them in a different way. One of kind of Fry's provocations is to develop what he calls a form of sustainment rather than just sustainability. He sees the discourse of sustainability and the inherently a bit like, to go back a slide, what kind of Cameron Tonkinwise is talking about, the limitations of the kind of conventional metrics of evaluation, data-driven analysis of environmental impact are not really kind of precipitating the behavioural shift which is necessary to kind of change our perceptions and behaviours as human beings. Fry's kind of trying to work with this to kind of talk about how we need to not just think in conventional sustainable terms, but in terms of what he calls sustainment. For our current levels of consumption to be maintained or sustained at our current levels of production and consumption, according to kind of one of the most recognised global ecological kind of impact evaluations of a few years ago, we need 2.5 planets, okay, with the same current resource possibilities and capacity as Earth. You know, to state an obviousness, we do not have that, okay? So to just be sustainable in relationship to our current kind of levels of consumption and production and use is not significant enough to kind of change the outcomes of our current forms of behaviour. So one of the things that excuse me, Fry tries to advocate is a move to what he calls sustainment. Sustainment is a little bit difficult to kind of describe in a really unequivocal kind of sense. And one of the reasons for that is that what's required to act sustainingly, not just sustainably, what's required to act sustainingly in each particular instance, mode of action or engagement with our environment, let's stay specifically within the concerns of the designer, as a designer, changes in each particular kind of moment or practice or brief that we might act. Okay, so what you might need to do in one area is different to what you might need to do in another area. Okay, and he's not just being obtuse. This is part of the kind of ethos of this alternative way of understanding the dynamic, co-implicated, interdependent, changeable nature of our environment, because what worked at one particular moment in time may not work at another moment in time in a different area with a different material in a different kind of mode of practice. What it needs to be is, if you like, not just a belief or a faith in the naive sense of that kind of, sense of it, but it needs to be a logic or a kind of mode of practice. Okay, so he doesn't give unequivocal definitions of it throughout his work, but he does give something close. As it says here, by its very character, what he calls sustainment or redirective practice can't be universal or theoretically generated. It can only ever be situated, okay, which is what I was just saying, and circumstantially reactive. But what he does say is its essential characteristic is that it acknowledges the imperative of dealing with what already is and turning it toward the future with sustaining ability. What that kind of means is that every action that you undertake as a designer and the materials that you use should be able to contribute back to that system from which they are taken or contribute to, that contribute to the ongoing viability, life, or operationality of that system. It should try not to deplete and destroy, but it should kind of try to contribute and to grow, or in his terminology, what he describes as future. Okay, give a future back. So, the working cradle to cradle by McDonough and Baumgarten is a kind of classical example of this. That's one of the kind of films that's linked in the introductory slides. In the kind of example that's talked about in the documentary about their work, there is a kind of long interview with one of the textile manufacturers that they first worked with. So not only did they kind of investigate the material kind of impact of the use of dyes and the production of the material that they were looking at in the attempt to make that particular textile manufacturer more sustaining or sustainable, they looked at how they could use all of the waste products. So there's more to this, and it's more complicated than this, but all of the material that was produced in that kind of textile mill as a consequence of the production, the industrial production of, particular kind of, skeins and measurements of material, goes together to kind of form a cloth that then can be used agriculturally to insulate the growth of particular crops during, cold spells and frost and stuff in particular seasons. So the waste, it always goes back to upcycle or further to contribute to the viability or the sustainment and future preservation of that system. It tries not to deplete and take away and design for single use and destruction. It tries through the waste that it produces and everything that it does to contribute back to the future benefit of that system in which it's engaged with. So hopefully you can then see what might be required of that is different in each particular sort of circumstances. What you might do as an industrial designer on one particular project, what you might do as an interior designer on another project, what you might do as a kind of communication designer on another project, what you might do as a social designer or a service designer, okay? And again, it's going to kind of change. So this is why, he says it can't just be one thing for all circumstances, but what it is this kind of ideal belief that what you should do in everything that you kind of make is contribute to the ongoing further viability of the system, the structure, the context, the ecosystem or the environment of which it's a part. He gives lots of kind of specific kind of examples of this, and I won't read all of this out, but this is kind of him trying to think through this question and concern in relationship to entire cities, okay, and the development of what he calls metrofitting, which is kind of a development or an upscaling of his original idea of redirecting or sustaining practices of futuring in design. This book looks at how to do this in relationship to the complexity of something as large as a city. Okay, to pick up some of the other sort of stuff that we've said before, one of the reasons that he says we need to kind of think about this and act in this way, okay, is the very idea of kind of rethinking a city in a futuring way cannot be divided from understanding the agency of a cluster of convergent, future-shaping, climactic, environmental, geopolitical, demographic and economic forces as they relationally interconnect and impact on multiple levels. In acknowledging these forces, one immediately finds oneself unavoidably immersed in a situation of escalating complexity. That these problems, to go back to Morton's logic, they're hyper. They can't be kind of solved with a single solution. They can't be acted on at one particular moment in time. What we kind of need to do, according to these people, is shift our understanding and perception and our understanding of our relationship to these systems. Okay, one of the kind of early projects that he kind of thought through this logic in relationship to is outlined in this kind of brief sort of almost pamphlet, not a full book, on the design and development of an iron ore shipping container terminal in northwestern Western Australia. Sorry about all of the Australian references, that's me, and Tony is actually British, but he's worked in Australia for a number of years. This container terminal transport infrastructure at Port Hedland per shipping container movement is the largest port in the world, but it's just in the middle of nowhere. There is nothing else there except there was a couple of isolated Indigenous kind of Aboriginal kind of communities. The impact and the environmental kind of impact and social cultural impact of the development of this, enormous kind of infrastructural scale intervention into the environment to mine this one particular resource, which is iron ore, in Port Hedland, had kind of catastrophic kind of consequences. In this, Eleni and Tony try to rethink using this kind of logic of futuring, sustaining and redirective practice to think, how could that project have been completely designed differently? Okay, how could it be designed from the beginning to know that the resource that entire environment was designed to mine is limited and finite and will be depleted eventually and leave this ghost town of infrastructure there? How could it have been designed to begin with to think, how could all of this stuff be repurposed, either easily assembled and destroyed efficiently with as little impact as possible, or reutilized to do something differently? How could the iron ore processing infrastructure be turned into a proper town or a university, etc., etc., etc.? This sounds like a very kind of difficult thing to do, but if you believe him, it's not kind of impossible, but it takes a very different design logic. It takes a design logic that thinks interconnectedly, that thinks complexly, that thinks about the impact and consequence of designing in time with long-term consequences and impacts, and how to kind of design appropriately in relationship to that stuff that we design with. So as much as some of this stuff sometimes sounds a little bit speculative, a little bit theoretical, Tony's work in particular is very, very always hugely materially concrete, specifically thought through in relationship to specific contexts and examples. This is just an image of that infrastructure. So that small pamphlet is about how could we kind of design this environment more sustainingly, so that ultimately after perhaps the depletion of this use or its change in function, it could be regenerative and it could be futuring rather than kind of depleting and destroying. That concept of sustainability links into one of the other more recent kind of examples of sustainability described by this guy here, Leslie Paul Teal. And in this kind of series of books here, from his original kind of analysis In the Heart of Judgment about a practical wisdom, through to the idea of how to live sustainably in an interconnected world in Indra's Net and the Midas Touch, through to this compendium of articles and practical project evaluations and analysis of working towards sustainability, ethical decision-making in a technological world. He develops this idea, let's kind of go back to this idea of ecos for a second, you know, and this idea of the house or singularity or kind of containment. He's trying to develop a different way of thinking through this, a different form of understanding, a different form of consciousness, a different kind of form of perception. He says ecosophic awareness might be best be defined as a sage or a pertinent appreciation of the ubiquity, so the everydayness of interdependence, combined with the disposition towards contextually responsive engagement. It provides the intellectual and moral foundation for efforts to sustain the web of life in a world of unintended consequences then. To be ecosophic then is to be prudently engaged with the nested habitats of complex interdependence that constitute the web of life. In moral and political life, no less than in ecological systems. Nothing issues from a single cause, generates a single effect, or has a single meaning. To be ecosophic then is to understand that there are no solitary kind of causes and effects. Okay, so he's trying to move against this kind of technological solutionism that still dominates so much ecological kind of discourse. Okay, trying to find an alternative for that. Okay, as he says here, in that kind of conventional technological solutionist kind of model, sustainability entails gaining increased efficiency in the use of natural resources and greater foresight in the execution of economic enterprise. If burning fossil fuels that release greenhouse gases is the problem, then green renewable energy is the sustainable solution. If absence of market regulations is the problem, instituting better economic incentive and disincentive structures is the solution. But all of these people are still trying to say that that kind of logic is still not enough. So he's advocating that we kind of move towards a way of thinking, okay, that is about the recognition of the holistic interdependence of all systems. Okay, I'm not going to read all of these definitions out. You can kind of have a look at them in your own time. Okay, but to continue the metaphor, in the second book, which is called Indra's Net, this is a kind of a Hindu myth. And within kind of Indra's Net, which is a mythopoetic metaphor for the interdependence in life, which is sometimes described as kind of dew on grass in the morning, sometimes kind of drops of dew or rain on a spider's web. All of these little kind of circles or spheres or raindrops that you can kind of, you know, see here, which are sometimes kind of called, you know, seen as jewels or diamonds. All of these things are seen as being reflective of each other. I just tried to find a couple of kind of images to screen capture to kind of visualize, you know, this idea that they're kind of talking about for you. But if you look at that kind of image, if you look at that image, you can see in each of those little kind of drops of rain or dew, all of the rest of what's in that web is reflected into itself. So this is a metaphor for kind of thinking about a world in a very different way, a way, as I've said, to continue this kind of logic that we're not separate from, but is absolutely kind of interconnected all of the time with everything else of which it's a part. So one of the kind of most famous first, if you like, movements to really embrace this alternative kind of way of thinking about our kind of, you know, the ecological kind of impact and consequences of our behaviour were in the deep ecology movement. okay, and in kind of discourses within contemporary ecofeminist practice that were thinking about rethinking understandings of subjectivity that were defined by this notion of kind of separation and distance. The most famous person's work who kind of, if you like, instituted this kind of form of thinking is Arnie Nace, the kind of founder of deep ecology. Fantastic kind of recounting of the breadth of his thinking in this book here, The Ecology of Wisdom, okay? But the term, and this kind of shows you how the shift in a consciousness or an idea can have a really kind of, you know, monumental, pardon the pun, monumental kind of impact. He sort of said, as a consequence of some of his experience and observations as an ecologist, what we need to do is we need to begin to think like a mountain. Okay, that's been expanded and developed in a kind of range of different ways. But what he means by that is, you know, think back to Morton's idea of we need to think in massive long-term timescales. Okay, think of the fact that we need to think about structures that resiliently adapt to the impacts and circumstances of their environment. So this idea of thinking like a mountain was we need to kind of think about ourselves as being completely equal to nature, not separate from it, interdependently connected to it, okay? So the subtitle of the book, Thinking Like a Mountain, as you can see from the kind of image of the cover, is called Toward a Council of All Beings. So it's this transversal equal relationship of the equal value and relationship of everything within a kind of environmental kind of, you know, context, okay? But also kind of trying to think in ways that deeply empathize, okay, the understanding and perception of other beings within our environment, to think like a mountain, to think like a tree, to think like a particular kind of animal rather than think just like a human being. So, you know, lots of you might immediately react and go, oh, that's just kind of imagination and it's kind of, you know, problematic. But as hopefully I've at least given you even a little bit of a kind of awareness of or implication of, this is still the devaluing of that, and the fact that, you know, you could kind of even say, well, it's just a form of imagination, is the dominance of a particular kind of mode of thinking that we are valorizing in the West, okay? Many Indigenous societies still kind of think in this way, and it's a more sensitive and appropriate and environmentally kind of sustaining kind of way to think. I've taken them out of this, so you'd have to go and find the book yourself. But these are the kind of basic kind of premises of a deep ecological mode of understanding of our existence. I will just read one out to kind of show you the sense of what it says. So point number 3, humans have no right to reduce the richness and complexity and biodiversity of our existence except to satisfy vital needs. So it's only an absolute kind of essences of vital survival that we should be able to kind of use stuff up, okay? The first one, the well-being and flourishing of human and non-human life on Earth have value in themselves, okay? So it's intrinsic enough to kind of say the right of every existence to exist is a value enough in itself to kind of you know, give it importance, whether that be, you know, a largely undocumented kind of insect in a rainforest, or, you know, whether it be, you know, a particular kind of more referenced kind of, you know, visualized kind of, you know, large mammal species, so an elephant or a tiger or whatever, or human beings. Everything should be given kind of equal kind of value. So you can see how these forms of thinking are trying to kind of really sort of push a different way of understanding the consequence and impact and understanding of the nature of our existence and our relationship to the environment, that kind of values interdependence, connectivity, not separation and distance. Michael Zimmerman in this book here has taken this kind of deep ecological thinking to task a little bit, because he says you can't just make everything kind of relevant. Okay, there are kind of differences. Okay, there's differences in value and difference in importance in kind of networks, ecosystems, or infrastructures of all different kinds. Okay, one of the kind of classic examples that he talks about, and for those of you that might have kind of seen it, is a stinging critique of the sort of sometimes apparent naivety of, say, you know, a deep ecological position where it's just like we should just love the world no matter what. Has anybody seen Werner Herzog's documentary Grizzly Man? Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I haven't watched it.
Okay, all right, cool. Thank you for just not leaving me hanging in silence. Okay, so Herzog is an amazing kind of filmmaker, both documentary and kind of fictional. If there's one underlying narrative in most of Herzog's work, it's the futility of man's misadventure in the face of nature, okay, in a range of different ways. This film here is a sort of, you know, documentary, although a little not fictionalized, but it's kind of created. It's not just an observational documentary about the misadventures of one particular man called Timothy Treadwell, who used to love Alaskan grizzly bears more than anything else in the world. And so every summer he used to go up to Alaska and try and make friends with grizzly bears. You can probably tell by the tone in my voice, it didn't go particularly kind of well. To cut a long story short and to not shock you too much, Treadwell ends up being eaten by a grizzly bear whilst he's kind of filming his relationship to them a little bit, and the recording equipment was left on. Thankfully, they didn't film it, but the sound recording, you know, there is sound recordings of him being attacked by a bear that he thought he was friends with, because he'd been up there and lived near it for a long period of time. Herzog in this film makes the kind of heightened point of that, which is kind of one of the things that Zimmerman kind of points up as well. You can't just unequivocally go, you know, everything's all lovely and the same. You know, nature is competitive and dynamic and violent, and you know, things are, you know, even if we're interconnected to them, they are different from us. So this has led to him, along with Sean Asbjorn Hargens, to develop a kind of model of what he calls integral ecology, multi-perspectives on the natural world, which tries to begin to kind of make value judgments about what are the important things, the actants, to use a Latourian terminology, or the key objects, to use an object kind of orientated ontological kind of metaphor, that are kind of more important to look at within those systems. They say, this is their definition of what an integral ecology might be. Integral ecology creates a framework that allows all aspects of reality to connect with what has traditionally been associated with the scientific study of ecology. But instead of collapsing all in connections into everything is ecology position, integral ecology highlights the factors that differentiate interrelated phenomena. Thus, while everything can be viewed as interconnected, not everything is connected in the same way, nor to the same degree. The cliche everything is interconnected becomes everything is interconnected, but some things are more connected than others. You know, if you think about the environmental impact of, you know, styrofoam or plutonium in kind of Morton's example previously, obviously plutonium has a bigger immediate kind of impact in relationship to us and our engagement with it as a material. So they try and kind of graduate this a little bit more and think about, okay, everything can't just be interacted with or valued in the same way. Okay. I'm going to, at the risk of not kind of wanting to go through too quickly, but I just put some of this stuff here as pointers. So, you know, these slides and this presentation is a resource for you. So don't feel like, oh my goodness, I didn't really get all of that. It's really just to kind of make a couple of key points. So as much as we've sort of been discounting some kind of form of classical observational distancing, you know, mathematical scientific reasoning and the advocating of a different form of belief, which is about connection, interdependence, etc., etc., etc. This has also been recognised in contemporary science. So anybody that knows anything about kind of complexity theory, theories of interdependence and dynamic emergence knows that now we are beginning to see particularly natural phenomena in these kind of terms. So, you know, as is kind of popularized in the James Gleick kind of novel of a butterfly novel, book, a butterfly flaps its wings and something kind of happens on the other side of the world, trying to kind of, you know, construct a metaphor of this idea of non-linear cause and effect, and kind of unintended consequences and impact. We know more and more and more now that this is actually how natural systems kind of work. Okay, you know, these cyclically, complexly driven kind of morphologies that we kind of have all of these attractive pictures for are much more about how we should understand our impact, connection to and interdependence with the environment. Okay. Isabel Stengers, okay, that I mentioned before, this is to kind of pick up on that point. Hers is not just a kind of feminist political position that comes from a kind of socio-political position of feminist critique. She's also a highly qualified scientist that co-authored this book with Ilya Prigogine originally, who's a Nobel Prize-winning chemist, who was one of the sort of founding thinkers on interdependence and complex dynamic systems theory, where they kind of talk about what are the socio-cultural implications and consequences of recognizing all of these kind of, if you like, elements, objects, actants, instances, materials in environments all have complex dynamic kind of emergent effects on each other. You know, literally, as is the case with emergence, impacts that can't always necessarily be accounted for. That's the very definition of a, you know, of an emergent system. You can't look at what happened and predict what happened as a consequence of those things happening. They literally happen without being able to trace back to the cause of that sort of event in any kind of logical kind of way. This is a definition from Jae-won Kim of an emergent kind of system. You know, this is kind of what really basically complexity science as well is. A complex system. So you'll see how this kind of connects to the idea of multiple interconnected, internested, you know, interdependent systems. Complex system is a system which a large network of components with no central control and simple rules of operation give rise to complex collective behaviour, sophisticated information processing and adaptation via learning or evolution. It's not as, pardon the pun, it's not as complicated or complex as some people think. It's about kind of systems with multiple inputs that kind of produce unintended and non-determinable kind of consequences. Most of the structures that we make and engage with and are part of actually work like this. You know, some of the images here, you know, organization in kind of ant and insect kind of social organizations, neurological processing within the brain, you know, the one horribly for us at the moment, the nature of kind of virus replication, the organization of stock markets, and the other one is a kind of, on the right hand side is a map of the kind of connections between nodes on the internet. All of these systems are complex, dynamic and emergent. Okay, two of the kind of most famous contributors to the development of this kind of system of understanding ecology and sustainability are Lynn Margulis and James Lovelock. Some of you have possibly heard of the concept of Gaia, even if you kind of haven't kind of heard about Margulis's work on symbiosis, which is about how, you know, all of our systems are interconnected and have been always in the evolution and development of our planet symbiotically, not in kind of competition. Before I kind of even say anything kind of quickly about Gaia, are any of you aware of this as a concept?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so quickly, there is some details you can read about the evolution and development of this concept in Lovelock's kind of work here, okay? But most simplistically, for the purposes of now, what Lovelock did in his kind of, so he's a kind of a physical chemist that kind of was particularly kind of focused on astrophysical interplanetary kind of systems and stuff like that. He was employed by NASA at one stage to try and work out whether we thought that there was going to be life on Mars. And through a spectrographic analysis of the atmosphere on Mars, he was able to kind of say there wasn't enough dynamic change in the atmosphere in Mars which is the impact that organic dynamic life would have. So if organisms were living on Earth and, you know, whether they were kind of breathing oxygen or whatever, but they were interacting with the environment in some capacity, it would precipitate dynamic change and fluctuation that could be detected in the atmosphere from a long way away from Earth, of Mars. And he said, according to his kind of original analysis, that there probably isn't life on Mars for that reason, because the Martian atmosphere, as far as we could kind of describe it from here, was too static. That work led him to kind of perceive the massively dynamic kind of changing atmospheric, environmental, biological kind of conditions on Earth, to the point that he actually kind of said that Earth is a living organism. Everything on the Earth, and the Earth itself, is a living, dynamically coordinated, complexly interrelated, emergent phenomena. The word from Gaia comes from kind of ancient Greek, and it was the name for a mother goddess and a spirit. So he kind of famously said, this is a kind of hardcore kind of, you know, research scientist who said, actually, do you know what? Not just beings, not just animals, but the entire planet is a living thing. And this had a huge impact because it kind of started reconfiguring people's relationship to the environment when they consider that, you know, a bit like I've been saying some other indigenous kind of, you know, populations and peoples have, when you begin to start to kind of think of your entire environment, not just as a dead, manipulatable material resource that you can use up and make stuff with or exploit or construct or design or whatever else, but it's actually a living thing that you're interacting with at the time. It started to kind of shift kind of consciousness and awareness about this as well, in a little bit the same way that kind of Arnie Nace's kind of metaphor of thinking like a mountain did. So this work's been hugely kind of, you know, popular. And again, these references are here to show you that it's not just a kind of, if you like, a cultural thinker going, you know, I want to think about this differently. It's actually backed up by science as well. So the emergence of this idea of all of our systems are emergent, changing, dynamically interconnected. The Earth is a living thing, not just a kind of static material resource that we're separate from and can kind of use up. Okay, there's not too many more slides to go, so you know we will leave some time for kind of questions, hopefully, as well. Now, that kind of logic has been really, really integral to informing some of the other, more specifically kind of green, but also now design, urban architectural, materially orientated theories about how to more appropriately kind of live in relationship to our planet and environment in more sustaining ways, to use kind of Fry's metaphor again. David Holmgren, along with Bill Mollison, the kind of the founding definer of permaculture, which some of you kind of might have come across. One of the kind of ethoses of permaculture is that we live in integrated evolving systems, as it says here, of perennial or self-perpetuating plant and animal kind of species. Okay, so permaculture is based on the recognition of not what science has tried to kind of understand to begin with as being a collection of independent species, but it starts from the premise that everything is complexly kind of interdependent and correlated to everything else. And it tries to kind of, in its original conceptualization as an agricultural practice, it kind of tries to kind of plant and produce, material and biological organisms, and plant and kind of establish environments that are planted according to species that they're connected to in their intrinsic environments and that have beneficial relationships to each other. Okay, so it's very much not a monocultural agricultural practice like the image on the right. It's a kind of form of perennial, as Holmgren kind of says, form of farming, which tries to kind of create interdependent, flourishing environments, not monocultural kind of, you know, environments of kind of manufacture and use. One of the kind of beautiful theories that interconnects this is Masanobu Fukuoka's kind of idea of what he calls do-nothing farming, or natural farming, which is about letting the environment be itself, letting the environment grow itself with minimal intervention and steering from human beings. I will kind of skip through this bit here. One of the other kind of discourses that comes out of this, which you might have heard of as well, is resilience theory. Resilience theory, particularly as defined by C.S. Holling and Carl Falk, is the idea of an environment's ability to readapt to these persistent changes. So how much can it cope with the kind of changes and impacts of the environment that it's within? This, as a kind of mode of practice or thinking, has been now kind of applied to not only more environmentally ecological obvious contexts, but social practices, practices in physical kind of nursing health and mental health as well. It's about how an organism can relate to the environment and maintain its integrity and relationship to all of the things of which it's a part. Okay. So what do we do with all of this from a really, really kind of practical design point of view? I'm going to, in conclusion, give you a couple of different examples that, if you like, take all of this stuff on board and try and think differently about it. One of the kind of ways that it's been used in industrial technological development and design is by Frank Giels in this kind of methodology that he has here called multi-level perspective thinking in socio-technical systems of change. I'll give you an example of this which makes it very, very clear. Okay, so you begin to see how this form of thinking starts to think interconnectedly, okay? So this is his analysis of the nature and the ecosystem in a broad sense of a car. Okay, what he calls here in the center of this slide, a socio-technical configuration for land-based road transportation. So he's trying to think about all the things that kind of connect to the design, the use, and the understanding of the car. So you've got the car, the kind of little green kind of, people mobile kind of here, which is the actual kind of concrete industrial object. But then connected to that, you've got regulations and policies that, define the use of that car as well. Traffic rules, parking fees, emissions standards, car taxes, etc. You've got the extended infrastructure that's necessary to use that vehicle, infrastructures, petrol stations, oil companies. You've got the kind of road infrastructure, so the kind of systems of communication and use that kind of contribute to its use as well. Maintenance and distribution networks, repair shops, dealers. The cultural and symbolic meaning of the automobile, which he says is linked to concepts of kind of individuality and freedom. You've got markets and user practices, mobility patterns, driver preferences. So this is how we work, where we work, all of that kind of stuff. And then you've got the more kind of, obvious kind of industrial infrastructures of production of that thing. All of these things, he says, if you like, are interconnected parts of the ecosystem of the designed object of the automobile. And he tries to, through his multi-leveled perspective analysis, begin to think where and how we might best engage with these systems to design change, more sustainingly within those kind of ecosystems. That work, in combination with virtually all of the other thinking that I've spoken to you about very quickly today, has been utilized into kind of, a holistic kind of form of sustainable design thinking. Not so long ago. So you can see the kind of the title on the kind of documentation here, 2015. This is when this kind of methodology was first kind of, if you like, ratified and defined by Terry Gerwin, Gideon Kozoff, Cameron Tonkinwise, and Peter Scapelli at Carnegie Mellon University in America. They've used all of this kind of work to define a form of ecological and sustainable design practice that takes all of this into account and begins to nudge us, move us, to transition us into kind of more sustaining and kind of sustainable kind of futures. These are all of the different kind of, if you like, discourses that they've included within this methodology. So living systems theory, theories of kind of self-organization and resilience, chaos and complexity, emergence, holarchism and diversity, symbiosis and interdependence, but also kind of discourses of transition management, sustainability, the multi-leveled perspective of socio-technical regime change, in Gilles's work, social ecology, ecology, decentralization, and now also things like decolonialist kind of design practice. So they use all of this kind of work to try and kind of transition design into a mode of thinking, which in some ways is very connected to the ethos of Frye's work, which is about how can we evaluate the impact and consequence of what we make with and what we make as designers, how we're contributing back to the betterment of those environments that we make stuff in, and how might we be able to kind of, in the kind of original Baumgartian definition of sustainability of kind of 20, 25 years ago, how can we kind of aim to preserve our environment for future generations, and not just kind of deplete it? Okay, so this is the kind of slide also that looks at other kind of indigenous place-based wisdoms to kind of try and develop this alternative form of thinking as well. Two fantastic volumes of work, if you can kind of get hold of them. I know that this is difficult with access to resources and stuff in the library at the moment, but one of the linked videos at the beginning is these guys talking about this work. This dual volume of work here called Design Unbound, Designing for Emergence in a Whitewater World, is Anne Pendleton-Julian and John Seely Brown's 20-year case study of trying to rethink the logic of this idea of complexity, interdependent emergence and change into kind of reconfiguring design, with lots of kind of case studies, examples from industrial product design to architectural design. How can we design in a way that allows adaptability, flexibility, resilience, change, recognition of its impact, etc., etc., etc. And just to kind of finish on one incredibly creative, I don't know whether any of you have come across Natalie Jeremejenko's kind of work yet, but really kind of practical, concrete, but slightly artistic and slightly mad, but interesting and provocative kind of work, is Jeremejenko very much works within the ethos of all of this work as an investigative kind of speculative research designer as well. One of the kind of pieces of work that I've just chosen one example of to give you here, of a sort of post-human design that repositions our relationship to it as human beings and repositions animals' relationship to us, and the collective ecosystems of which we are a part, is this work called Amphibious Architecture here, which if you kind of look at the kind of image on the bottom of the right-hand side of the slide, these are the apparatus that are in the top slide put into the Hudson River off Manhattan. And what they are is communication beacons that can be interacted with by fish in the river. So we might kind of laugh at that and we might go, well, that's just a bit kind of, nuts and crazy, isn't it? And in some ways, some of Jeremejenko's work is. But what she's trying to do is to ask provocative questions about, can these animals, even if we don't speak the same language, can they begin to interact with us in different ways? Or even more sensibly, can the visualized, communicated image and recording of their interaction with these technologies and our appreciation and perception of them, can that change our relationship to them? Okay, one of the kind of biggest reasons that we are able to destroy our material environment to the level that we do is to kind of be a little bit crude about it. When we flush stuff down the toilet, the shit goes away. It's out of our sight. It doesn't come back unless you've got a plumbing problem and kind of flood our immediate space with that. The impact and the consequences are not immediately kind of faceable in many, 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 many circumstances. And that's why it's so easy for us to do. That's why it's so easy for us to dismiss this kind of stuff. So a lot of her work is absolutely focused on reconfiguring our human and post-human relationships to our environments and the animals that inhabit it. One of the other fantastic pieces of work that she did was this project for a number of years called OOZE, which is zoo spelt backwards. And what she did in this project was attempt to design a zoo without fences or boundaries and walls in Manhattan, where she created these environments that were there particularly to encourage the natural inhabitants of the environment to engage with and be involved with and record their interaction with that space. Okay. So her work is fantastically kind of worth having a look at, as is the kind of collection of work about dark ecologies that I mentioned to begin with. And that's me going to stop chatting for a second and see if you have any kind of questions, observations, points of clarification in relationship to any of that. I hope I went a little bit slower. I'm really sorry if I didn't. Does it have an impact on you? Does it make you think about how we might need to think about all of this stuff differently? Are you convinced by any of it?
I think it's great to hear it in this context.
The context being what? Locked in front of computers in the middle of the pandemic, or?
Just in a design kind of university context. I feel like some of it's kind of stuff that would come up in conversation, but it's nice to hear it in this way.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the thing that I've always found really difficult, and I'm not in any way saying this is easy, and, you know, undoubtedly I probably could have given you more kind of case studies and examples, but, you know, this is a kind of context theory course, so I thought it was good to give you some of the justifications and influences on the establishment of these positions. The really difficult, hard nuts and bolts stuff is what do you do about it as a designer, okay? I think what you do about it as a designer, as much as this is easy to say and it's not immediately transferable or apparent context to context, like Fry says, but in every action that you undertake, to the best of your ability, with the time constraints, research capacity and potential that you've got in any moment, you try and act as unharmfully and undestructively as you possibly can, with some kind of prescience, so some kind of foresight and understanding of the consequences of your action, and what you do contributes to the betterment or the flourishing of the environment that you are relating to. Yeah? Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I've also been interested in this for a while. My family's from Cornwall, and I've been looking a lot at Cornish folklore and how, you know, you shouldn't tread on certain flowers because the creatures, the piskies, will attack you and things like that. I think that's you know,
beautiful
gorgeous
example. And, you know, one of the things that's really worth keeping in mind, and this is a core kind of concept of, you know, what's come to be described as the post-colonialist or the decolonialist critique of design, is normally exactly in the words that you've just used. And I'm not saying that you're doing this, but exactly in those words, we would kind of usually dismiss that as being a folk wisdom. We would just go, well, that's superstition, you know, it's kind of not justified by science. But this is the position that, you know, say somebody like Stengers is really kind of trying to advocate. Underlying some of those kind of mythopoetic folk traditions and wisdoms is a logic of non-harm to the environment that's incredibly purposeful and useful. The reason that it's been dismissed, like she says, and this is why, you know, I went on about her work a bit, which is, you know, why it's so consequential, like we dismissed sorcery, witchcraft, alchemy, and hypnosis, It's to do with the justification of a particular concept of kind of scientific certainty and wisdom, which is not transcendental, universal and absolute, but is the evolution and development of one particular dominant globalized form of thinking, which has kind of come to define human consciousness, perception and understanding. And that's not to discount medicine, mathematics, science and all the rest of it. But this is the position that she talks about in Is Another Science Possible as well. All she says is not to absolutely discount all of the virtue of that, but to do it more considerably, to do it more sensitively, to do it more in relationship to the impact and consequence of the situations in which the knowledge is created. Donna Haraway, another kind of beautiful thinker who hugely contributes to this discourse, has a really lovely kind of quote, which I'm going to probably misquote, kind of trying to remember it word for word, but it is something along the lines of the fact that anybody who does that kind of work should always make the decision that they are making in the face of those stakeholders that it has implications and consequences for. I'm sure this kind of came through in the ethos of Dash's work, but you always must act in relationship to and responsibility for the people that you are designing for, okay? And one of the biggest problems that she says about science is it's disrespected that by its very nature. You know, it's kind of gone, well, look, you know what? We want to split the atom and we can make atom bombs, rather than thinking what the catastrophic kind of impact and consequence of that kind of the development of that scientific kind of knowledge was. So both of them are fantastic about kind of the developing of this more situatedly, constructedly sensitive understanding of our relationship to the world and the knowledges that we produce that hopefully produce a less destructive, less impactful consequence of our relationship to the world as human beings. You know, a relationship that kind of thinks integratively, interconnectedly, and emergently, not separatively and distantly and disconnectedly, you know. So that's a fantastic example, you know, really, really beautiful example.
It's kind of the perfect time that you're talking about this, because I kind of picked it up over the summer, but I'm picking it up properly again, reading The Enchantment of Modern Life by Jane Bennett.
Yep.
Yeah, so very relevant about right now.
Super, fantastic, cool. I know that there's lots of material in there, but, you know, mind bomb to go and follow up if these things become interesting and important for you throughout the progression of your work, and please go and have a look at some of the kind of thinkers that are linked in the kind of introductory slides, because there's some great material there, people talking about really, really kind of interesting stuff, both practically and conceptually. Yeah. Okay, you guys must be knackered, I would imagine, from kind of staring at screens and listening to stuff all day. So unless anybody else has got anything absolutely urgent that they would like to kind of contribute or ask, I'm going to let you go. So any other kind of last questions? Okay, we'll take that as a no. All right, guys. Take care. Thank you very much for putting up with me yelling at you in my Australian accent, probably all too quickly, as you said. Take care.
Very much.
Thank you so much.
No problem at all.
It was really helpful. You slowed down just the right amount. That was really
fantastic. Wow, that's the first time anybody's ever said that to me. Fantastic, man. Cheers. And I'll put the slides right up for you now, and obviously the recording will upload immediately as soon as we stop it. So fantastic, guys. Take care.
Take care. Thank you so much.
Be well. Cheers. Bye.
Cheers.